Good morning, everybody. I started a little bit early, but not only that, I learned that Merlin is not going to leave this candle alone. He decided to assert himself right in the middle of the desk as soon as I hit the start stream and had my screen up and everything. So, I have no idea how this is going to go. His butt is currently on this project. Good morning, Bob. Merlin, don't lay on it. Thank you. So I'm just gonna try and work around the cat because I think it would be funny. Where did my little? Oh yeah, I've got the list of colors for today, and it is mostly dark purple. We did get one that was like, I forget where my chart is at. I believe it is under 20 degrees and it goes to like 0 and below is white, so we will get one white stripe so far in February, so that's exciting. Let me just get that. Thank you, sir. Very helpful. Oh, welcome in. Welcome in. Is it Pedican? That's a cool name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to streaming with a cat. Impromptu streaming with a cat. Hopefully he doesn't make it too difficult for us. Okay. Let me just cast this on. He also looks so punk rock with his little bow tie to the side. He's looking really cool today. Okay, I want to say that I actually need to start this on the other end from where we left off. So let me just flip this around. This little tail out of the way. There we go. Okay, here we go. And then I also, after we get today's work on the temperature blanket finished, I am probably going to make some, at least a couple of squares for that cardigan I started a while back. Well, it's not really a cardigan, it's more just kind of like a pullover sweater. You're being so helpful, Merlin. Work with me, yarn, not against me. There we go. Don't touch the candle. Bubby, don't touch the candle. That is not good fire safety. Oh my gosh. I have one very tight stitch. Dude, I can't show the stitch and keep you back off this candle. I've got one very tight stitch I've got to try and get into. Oh, are we finished? Finished with the candle? Now he's just very dangerously walking over everything. Oh, don't knock my surface down, please, sir. Please figure your shit out over there. Oh, don't push it around, Bubby. You're making me so nervous. Get up here. Get on top of the computer. I'm trying to tempt him, sorry. Oh, there he goes. On top of the computer tower. That is a little bit better. He decided very suddenly he was finished. The best part about him being obsessed with the candle is if you looked at his eyebrows while he was laying down, they're all crinkly because he's encountered this candle before and gotten a bit too close. And I was just a bit too late, and his little eyebrows got crispy. He also got really pissed off and slapped the candle in retaliation, though, completely putting it out. And he splashed wax all over our glass coffee table, which, so, like, we can scrape it off. But there's just, like, little wax particles all over it right now. He's just gotta try and put his hands on everything. Oh, gosh. I agree, Bob, and I love both, so I definitely get to, I sign myself up for challenges with that. Oh, where are you going, buddy? Okay, bye, Merlin. He's mad because I'm telling everybody about his eyebrows. Yep. He jingles off into the distance. Oh, I dropped the yarn. That's okay. I can hang out down there for a minute. I only need one row of this color today. I have not decided on a color in between yet, actually. I've just been... I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see what I've got left. Because we finished January and I'm already doing February, and I think the way that I might want to do it is I might want to set it up into like 4 panels and then have like a color in between the panels and then going maybe around the whole edge of it as well. Or I could maybe split it into 3 because 12 is divisible. Well, I don't think it really matters. There's 12 months. And I can, like, easily split that up. I'm doing pretty good today, Bob. I woke up earlier than usual, but not disgruntled about it. Um, I I'm trying some. It's not super new tea. I've had it a few times, but it's like an herbal tea. It's ginger and turmeric blend. It's pretty good. I think so far. Like it's probably not like top 5 favorite flavors, but I would probably buy this again. I'm kind of new to the world of herbal teas though. I've liked most of the blends that I've had, but mostly I'm kind of weird about them because they don't have any caffeine in them, which is maybe a bit of a petty reason to kind of wait so long to like try a lot of them, but I really love caffeine. I cannot help it. I would have a cup of coffee, but since the weather's been so crappy, we haven't had groceries delivered in a little bit, and so I have been out of coffee for about 3 days. I am missing it, if you're wondering, quite a bit. I usually drink, like, I have a 12-cup pot of coffee, and I usually drink at least 8 cups of coffee, going by the measurement. So I've been getting back into my tea stash and just kind of drinking that earlier in the day. But I started off with this herbal tea today instead of the Earl Grey, which does have caffeine in it, just because I'm running low on it and I kind of want to try and make it stretch until we can order groceries. Part of it is also so the car that Patrick drives to work every day, the black Jetta, is technically my car, but it's the only one we have working. And the other day, it decided it was going to stop doing that because it still has the original fuel pump in it, and it needs a new one. Just suddenly, it's given out, and which it won't be super hard to fix, but it's just really annoying because he doesn't always have time to work on shit at work, and when he does, it's like he's got parts for his new car, which makes sense that he would like be working on those instead of mine because mine was just whatever right now. Um, so now that's kind of a little bit of a hassle. It's been mostly okay though. His manager doesn't live super far from us, and so he's been picking him up in the mornings, and a couple of the evenings Mitchell has went and picked him up because he hasn't been on the schedule as much right now. Mostly because of the it's like purely weather on for Mitch, like because the brewery never stops brewing. So we can't just hop on down and get coffee either right now. Right. I mean, it's not too bad because Mitch is on salary. He just, like, he doesn't always have, like, the same hours through the year anyway because sometimes the brewing process is more intensive than others. So I think it's probably been a nice little break overall, if I had to guess. Not having to get up uh, and then walk out in the cold every morning is probably not too bad. I think it's pretty not too bad. Oh, you did. Cool. What did you find? First row for today is done. We are gonna do this dark purple for 3 rows. The part of your brain that starts up the engine is also the part that deals with pain. Okay. I hate that, but it's good to know. That's interesting. Huh. The brain just be doing shit. That is pretty interesting to know, though. Oh. I immediately dropped it. Perfect. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It has to deal with more suddenly when you wake up, and then that's kind of like a bit of an overload. That does make a lot of sense, though. I always assumed that my headaches calmed down a little as I woke up, mostly because usually if I do have coffee or something, like, I always just assume it's the caffeine. But that makes a lot of sense. So if I don't want headaches in the morning, I must just keep sleeping. Yeah, we'll just have more sleep. It'll be great. We'll just sleep through the headache and wake up refreshed. flopping around on me over here. Well, that's good. At least it's not like an added effect of bad eyes. I can blame the headaches, but I can't blame my eyes. I mean, I still kind of blame my eyes for some things. They aren't functioning so good, but the headaches are not on them. Just my shitty night vision and inability to read some text. I wonder if that's probably in my vitamins. I take a adult multivitamin. Well, I take 2 gummies like every day. I know a lot of people say that like unless a doctor tells you you need them, it usually results in expensive pee, but I'm here to tell you that those people don't know how I fucking eat and it's not healthy. And also it's not on a sporadic schedule, so I really I genuinely feel it if I don't take my multivitamin for a few days. I start to feel genuinely like crummy. So I know that there's something in there helping me out. Even if my pee is a little expensive because of it. I do understand what they're saying in general, though. A lot of health stuff is kind of over marketed, depending on what it is. Come on. There we go. I did not know that Sunny D does not have vitamin D in it. I've never actually, like... I thought the D stood for, like, delight or something, because some people call it Sunny Delight. Like, that's what my grandma called it. It doesn't taste like there's vitamins in it, so I wouldn't assume that there is, but at the same time it is kind of marketed along with other orange juice products in general. So, I don't know, I guess that would also make kind of sense that people would think that there is. I still love that stuff though. That's the kind of drink that whenever I have it, it will not last a whole day no matter how much I have. I will just sit and chug it. See, and that also makes a lot of sense though, because that's true. That's why I like to have the windows, like, I often like have the curtains and stuff pulled back to kind of let some sunlight in whenever it's nice outside and I'm streaming, just so that I can kind of get a little bit. Oh, I need to cross off this first. That way I don't lose count. I'm a big fan of juice in general. It doesn't really have to be healthy juice. I've just always just really been a big fan of it. Anything fruit flavored, I usually do enjoy. I love a good fruit beverage. I like the what brand is it? I want to say it might just be Welch's. They have some in the store that are a couple of different fruits. Like it'll be mango, passion fruit, and strawberry or something like that. I really think those juices are really good. But Welch's has usually got some sort of real fruit situation going on in there. Whenever we go and get that kind of juice, Patrick and I always have to pick out two, like we both get one. Not because our tastes are super different. Like, usually it's just so we don't argue about who drank the last of the juice that I picked out or that he picked out. Because usually we'll have a little bit of each other's just to try it if we've never tried the flavors. But, like, after that, it's like, this is my juice. I'm drinking directly out of this carton. Don't drink this juice. This is my juice. That's one of the only things we do that with. But we take it very seriously. The juice shopping. Yeah, and plus a lot of the time drinks like that, depending on the brand, they will go on sale where you can buy one, get one cheaper. So it's just like, yeah, let's get two. We're already here, let's buy two. that's where the idea just kind of started with that, and then it was like, no, we actually just prefer it this way. I keep thinking I might go back into the Meet the Artist thingy that we made and draw like over, well, yeah, over it, I guess. I like the background and I like the whole layout, but like compared to my little avatar that I drew that's up on my screen, I feel like I didn't draw the little tune nearly as cute as I could have. But so I feel like I might go back into that at some point, like on stream or something, and sketch over it and do like the same pose and the same like general stuff, but kind of, I don't know, make it look a little bit more smooth. Smooth is probably the word that I'm looking for here. Because it looks like really cute and chaotic the way that I kind of like, but I've also been kind of trying to reel it in a little bit and keep a little bit of consistency with my style. So that, I don't know, it's a little more cohesive. Yeah, I wanted to add, I have a little, like, trans symbol, but I don't have any flags, and I wanted to put a couple little flags on it for cuteness. I haven't decided if I want, like, an actual little flag symbol or if I want to just add, like, I have a lot of buttons and pins and stuff. I thought I might just add, like, little buttons on the outfit and pins and stuff that were little flags. That could also be cute. They are, and I think that people genuinely like to see them. It's like a bit of like it's like a tidbit of information that you only really get if you know if what you're looking at, unless it's like spelled out. Okay. We have one more purple row for now. Gonna drink some tea. You were about to slowly drown me. But I beat you to the drowning. That's okay though, because if I run out of tea, I also have a 24-ounce bottle of water with me. So there's definitely more than enough to drown me with today. Oh yeah, I found my scissors, so I don't have to use the the box cutter anymore. My vibrant green box cutter. Very special to me. Very dear to my heart. Very green. Always there when I can't find anything else to cut stuff with reasonably. I was actually really glad that I found those though. These are like my favorite scissors. They're exclusively for yarn and fabric and nothing else. And also they were like $16, so I'm very protective of them. Even if they are for right-handed people. But they're so pretty. They're so pretty and glittery. I was just like, look, I don't even care that these might injure my hands if I use them wrong. It'll be fine. Plus, the day that I was at the store and happened to be shopping, they really only had right-handed scissors left that were the size that I wanted. And I was in one of those moods where it's like, I'm walking out of here with scissors today. I used to have these, they were neutral use. They were the same brand. They were Fisker, and they were like snips, and they were it was only like this long total, and then they had like a tiny blade about this long that I would snip yarn with, and I have no idea what happened to those. They were really cool though, and they were really portable, which I liked. You have a whole left-handed store? What the fuck? Oh, I bet they have a bunch of planners in there, and the planners are all backwards. They make left-handed books and journals and stuff that are like, oh, they make left-handed pretzels? Sweet. I bet they're fucking good. They sell exclusively the left Twix. I would actually really have fun in a left-handed store. I don't think I would know how to use half the stuff in there just because I've never lived in a world that was like gonna naturally work with me. So I think I would have trouble using a lot of those products, honestly, but I also think it would be really cool to go to a store like that. I've also entertained the idea of using my mouse left-handed, but then I realized that all of the like convenient buttons that you hit with your thumb only really work with the right hand, so I'm not sure how fun or useful that would really be with the mouse I have. Come on. I do like the idea of left-handed like journals and stuff like that, which if you buy just a regular journal or whatever, you can obviously use it from back to front. I've just never actually committed to the idea of doing it to see how I like it. Yeah, they do make left-handed mice. The one that I have is just, it was kind of expensive, so I'm not nearly ready for an upgrade. And I've used a left-handed mouse that was just, it had two buttons, and uh, it also had like a scroll ball on the side of it that you could like use with your thumb to move the mouse around the screen. It was okay. It was kind of ergonomic, and I was really young, and it was kind of a big mouse for my hand. So I didn't find it super functional at the time, but it also wasn't mine. It was my ex's, so he didn't even really like it though. But like his mom bought it for him after he had already become accustomed to right-handed stuff, and the adjustment wasn't something he asked for. She just kind of bought him the mouse and took his other mouse because she wanted it for her office because she didn't like her mouse, and then that was how that was. So the downstairs computer, nobody, like, everybody stopped using it because it had a weird mouse. And nobody really liked the ball on it. Listen, his mom, their whole family was, they were just different, Bob. I don't know. They weren't very nice to each other. They would do gestures that in most contexts would be considerate or nice, but they would always go about it in the least considerate or nice way possible, and then they'd always act like they had done you some favor. It was strange. I didn't really like it. They made me nervous. Also, both of his grandfathers were local to the area politicians. One was a Republican and one was a Democrat, and I just don't trust that at all. I just don't trust any of that. That it just vibes poorly with me. They were always like, "We've got equal sides views in our family." And I'm like, "No, it's two wings on the same fucked up bird. And also y'all act like politicians and it's weird." Yeah, yeah, I didn't, they weren't for me. As much as I can say I learned from living with them about animals and stuff like that, I can say most of it I learned by myself on the internet and then later applied to the chores they had assigned me but not taught me how to do anything really about. In theory, I really am okay with the idea of living on a farm. I know that, but functioning in an environment where people are just kind of constantly holding shit over each other's heads, like as small as a mouse, it could be that or anything more dramatic than that. It was always just a whole bunch of shit going on that was just, I don't know. They were kind of manipulative, you know? And they were pretty backwards on a lot of stuff. Their farm was kind of cool, like, before I got to see it, because it was, like, before the big recession hit in the 2000s. No, the farm wasn't with two politicians. So it was their family unit, which was mom, dad, son, daughter, and then farmhands, plus me, and sometimes waywards and exchange students. Because Susan will accept anybody onto her farm to stay if they're willing to put in work, which is in general, that is a very nice notion. You know, that's a very kind thing to do, to open your home, especially when you already need work done. But then also, like I said, she would kind of she would loom that stuff over people's heads, kind of, and try and guilt more work out of people and stuff like that all of the time. And that wasn't pretty nice. So, like, my chore, even though I'm not good at cooking, was cooking. And then I also did the dishes most of the time because nobody else in the entire house would. I didn't cook very good, and everybody was supposedly allowed an equal amount of gripes about dinner because they would all have something that they wanted. None of the food would go together. In theory, everyone was happy with the final result that I would make, but it was so stressful. And I also had to always make a big amount for at least 9 people. And that was really stressful to me. So I ended up just making, like, a lot of bean and rice dishes, because you can mix that shit together. It was not, it wasn't a good living situation for me, Bob. My mental health straight up deteriorated. I loved the animals, though, except for not the sheep. You might have heard me talk about sheep. I don't remember, but those are my least favorite animals to work with in my entire life. I had to repair a lot of fences because of them. I had to deal with the fact that they always give birth in the winter. I had to pull sheep out of other sheep because apparently sheep sometimes go into labor and just, like, die because they don't know that they're supposed to push or whatever sheep need to do. They're prone to having more than one baby in their body, like twins, sometimes triplets, and one of them often dies. A lot of the times you have to untangle them from each other. They go septic a lot. It's really fucking gross, Bob. It's really nasty. It is body horror at its finest. And when people say that they're dumb enough to, like, follow one, like a whole herd will follow one off the edge of a cliff, that's also really, really true. They will just eat themselves to their death. And these weren't, like, cute, fluffy cotton sheep either. These were just meat sheep. They were only raised for meat, so they even had a less because of humans, obviously, like, I'm not blaming them for the way that they are, but because of that, the way that we kind of raised them, they are stupider, even. Like, they have no sense of self-preservation beyond fences. Fences they constantly break out of. I liked the horses. The horses were really cool. They had over 50 horses because before the recession, they bred them. But then that whole, like, economy for horse buying kind of tanked. And you can't just, like, you can't really keep charging 50 thou a horse when people don't have that anymore. And so it's like one of those things where it was hard for them to get as much as 10 for a purebred horse anymore, which sucked for them. Like, in some ways I was very sympathetic to their situation, but in other ways they really, I don't know. Morally, I feel like they deserve some of the things that they got, but you didn't hear it from me. I'm just sipping on some not quite hot anymore tea. It still tastes pretty good, though. Okay, we have one white stripe. But yeah, I don't really like sheep as animals. I think that they are cute. And I don't wish any harm on lambs, even though lamb is technically like the kind of sheep that most people want to eat. But when they, like, a lamb is usually fully grown when they go to the slaughterhouse. It's not like a tiny lamb. So if anyone in your life has ever been worried about that, they don't kill tiny lambs. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, the sheep birthing season is honestly enough for me to just look at a sheep and be like, not today, buddy. Not today. I'm not talking to you right now. Too much for me. See, that's not my favorite way to eat sheep, but that is like the first way that I had it. Part of the reason that I'm not even resentful like towards the animals for this part, but like when we would take the sheep to slaughter or whatever, they would take some of the meat home, right? Because they would sell the sheep to the slaughterhouse basically and get a certain amount of meat back in exchange, basically. But they would always get the gamiest, like fucking lowest quality of their herd back, and it never really tasted good. So we would eat a lot of ground sheep, which is fine. Like, it cooks up like beef, and I could handle it because I had never cooked lamb before living there, but I figured it out pretty quick. But it's not like my favorite because there's only really so much I feel like I can do with it to make it stand out. I really like chops, and I like to think I can make a pretty good lamb chop. They are expensive, though. Yeah, basically, and part of the reason that they had the sheep was because they wanted to sell it and get meat in exchange and have most of their meat covered for like a certain percentage of the year, but they never really got any good tasting stuff back. So I always kind of thought like for the amount of work that they put in and the amount of sheep that they would keep, it did not always seem worth it to me. It seemed like they put in a lot of work, blood, sweat, tears, and arguments into something that like didn't actually benefit them that much. Ooh, you got a crazy ad. Good. How was your crazy ad? Oh, also, for a long time, the only type of shepherd's pie I'd ever had, it had uh, lamb in it. And when Patrick wanted to start making them, he was like shocked because he had never actually had a shepherd's pie with lamb in it. And most people that have had shepherd's pie at our house agree with him that they have mostly known that the traditional meat to be in it is beef. Here's the thing, Bob, between us. I think that has a lot to do with the price of lamb, and I think that most Americans were more familiar with eating beef anyway. So I think at some point it became more customary to have beef than lamb, because when I think of shepherd's pie, I always thought of lamb. even before I'd even had it. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on it. I feel like somewhere along the line, that's like an American addition, somewhere onto that, because Americans eat a lot of beef. Right, sheep is meant to be in shepherd's pie, but a lot of people around here fucking are like, nah, it's beef, and I'm like, listen, the shepherd didn't walk out there with a crook and push the cows around. They did it with the sheep. Like, I mean, I'm sure that shepherds also do the cow do like have cows that way, but I just really don't feel like that was the point of the shepherd's pie. That's what I had heard. Yes, Bob. I see. I had heard it called a cottage pie. I don't know where. I don't know where Sai and these other people got the beef from, and it tastes fine. Like it tastes good, but like it's different. It's a whole different beast of the land. Oh, was it like a scary ad? I'm not gonna lie, I've had ads legitimately creep me out before and I felt like uncomfortable with them. When I used to listen to Pandora, sometimes it would just throw up a horror ad in the middle of my songs and it would just like throw me off. And I'm like, what is this creepy clown talking in my ear about? Mm, yeah, I feel what you mean. When it comes to stuff like that, I always wondered why not only like why would you put them up in the first place on general Twitch, like some ads should be limited to perhaps 18 plus only streams. Like what if there's something really creepy or upsetting and a kid sees it, Like there are a lot of kids that watch Twitch. Or like what if you're a mental health streamer and something especially like triggering is in a commercial and they can't control that the ad is there or not? Yeah, I know about that. We hate to see a bot. Unless it's Soda Bot, that one's allowed. Nightbot's on thin ice. I like how January has like this solitary thick light purple stripe, but then this white one is it's like the only one, so it's also gonna stand out in its month. I hope that every month kind of gets its own special. There's a follow. Lex Mix Games, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you. I've been crocheting for a few years now. I love it so much. I'm glad you like what you see. But yeah, I really like that this, so far we've got one solitary white stripe going in. I'm excited to see, like, what the rest of the month holds. Maybe there will only be one bold white stripe in this part of it. That could make an interesting, like, little effect if each month had its own, like, random wild day. We are working on a temperature blanket, and I've got 2 more days to add to it, and this is what we've got going so far. I think it looks really good. Ooh, granny blankets are so fun. So fun. I've made a few granny blankets. One is a large throw on the bed that, well, it's not currently on our bed, but it's not a solid granny square. It's just like a traditional one that I let grow very, very big. And I've made a small solid granny blanket that's like it's like a baby-sized blanket probably. After I get the final stitches on this, I will be working on some squares. They're just like, they're rows, 9 rows of 20 double crochet, just solid, to make I'm going to make a patchwork sweater out of that. I believe I'm up to 27 or 28 squares on it, and I need 52, the pattern said. But I might make or subtract a few depending on how the fit seems like it's gonna be. Okay. That row is finished. We've got 2 rows left on this today. I forgot that I started a little bit early today. Because I looked over and I was like, dang, it's already been an hour. And then I looked at my clock and I was like, oh, it's only noon. I always say that I'm gonna, like, be on between 11 and 11:30-ish, but then today I was like, you know what, let's make it more like 11-ish than 11:30-ish. Plus I had gotten all my stuff together a little bit early this morning. I thought so. I tried to do it as close to at 11 as possible, but I also wasn't sure how long that Merlin was going to sit right in the middle of the desk, so I wanted to start a little early so people got to see that, because that was a special moment. I always like it when he comes in and tries to like just break up the monotony a little bit. Oh, I keep dropping it. Keep dropping the stitch. Stretch. We are getting to the end of this one. They had one goat. They had some barn cats that were very not good. And by that I mean they came from their aunt's house and their aunt didn't want them. Their aunt was a veterinarian and she was like, I don't know what to do with these cats. They're inbred. And so his mom was just like, I'll take those cats and put them in my barn. They'll be barn cats. They were the worst barn cats. They were so stupid. Bless their little hearts, but like they were not great. They had a couple of dogs. They had Dylan, who was a sweetheart. Dylan was a Sheltie, and he always had brambles in his undercoat, and he hated to be brushed. So he always just looked like a thistle. There was Skipper, who I was not partial to Skipper. I was always very kind to him, and he was always kind to me. But he was a little wiry-haired Irish Terrier mix, and he would steal sticks of butter and hide them in my laundry. And I did not love that about him. And also he was tiny and could somehow get on the counters by himself even though there was no chairs or stools nearby. He would just fucking spring up like a rabbit, I guess, and get on the counter and steal the butter and put it in the laundry. They had... Still in the background. Okay, you're hearing about my ex's family's pets right now. We were talking briefly about them. Yes, full sticks. Well, sometimes they were full sticks. Sometimes they had been slightly used sticks of butter, Bob. And I would find them in my laundry. There was Hank. Hank was female. And Hank had chronic mange. They didn't know that she had that when they got her. She was an Australian Shepherd. No, not Australian Shepherd. She was an Australian something else. She had short red hair in patches. And, like, they treated it. Like, she had a long-term, like, treatment, and she was usually fine. But, they got her from breeders who insisted that the dog did not get it from them, but their whole litter was afflicted, so they were really not a good dog breeder. But Hank was a really good dog. And then they had Maximus, who was a Great Pyrenees, and he was a sweetheart. Oh my gosh, he was amazing. But he was the biggest teddy bear, and he just wanted to come up to the house and hang out with people. But he wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to live exclusively with the sheep and protect them. He just didn't really understand his job very well. Great dog. They also had Hedwig, which was his sister's dog, who I felt kind of bad for. Hedwig is a Great Dane, and they got her from a puppy mill. And she's had, like, a lot of puppies in her life, right? And she's very skittish, and she did not have the best eyesight. And then they got her, and it was fine or whatever. She was real clumsy, and she would just kind of freak out and knock things over all the time. The thing that I didn't agree with was they bred her with Maximus because they wanted they call them Pure Danes puppies, and I'm just like, listen, this lady's been through enough. I know that you only want to do it for one litter and you're going to sell them for too much or some shit, but I don't agree with any of this. And then there was that. That was their dogs. And then the goat's name was Amiga. She had chronic hoof rot. A lot of their animals just had stuff going on that were like, that you couldn't really control it. It just happened to be that way. They had a pony that lived with the horses named... I don't remember her name. She ended up passing away because she was really, really old. But she was a nice pony. She only bit me once. They had a cow that was actually a really nice cow. I have no problems with the cow. The cow was like right before we weren't dating anymore, so I only like knew the cow for about a month or two. His name was Mr. Muagi. He was pretty cool. And then that was all of the animals, I think. Well, plus they always had about 100 head of sheep and roughly 50 horses. And I could not tell you. I couldn't even tell you half of the horses' names, honestly. There is a few that I knew pretty well that I was friendly with, but most of them were just kind of out in the fields, you know, doing their horse thing. They could never really keep chickens or ducks or anything like that because they had tried a few times and it didn't really matter if they had roosters or if they got geese to kind of protect them. They would always still end up getting got by either foxes, raccoons, or coyotes. Because we had all three in pretty close proximity. They were well, they were, the breed is called Universal Morgans, and they are specifically bred to be good for either. Not necessarily the most intensive work or the most prestigious shows, but they're meant to be a very well-rounded breed of horse. I think that they're pretty good. I like them. They have pretty good temperaments overall. They're not too tall of a horse, which I also kind of like. Which in general, like, I would ride a Clydesdale. They're huge, but they're also slow. Morgans can be fast, and because of that, I always did kind of like appreciate how they were a little closer to the ground. That way, if you did end up falling off, it was easier to just kind of land straight down on your bottom and not be too damaged. Because I have been, I have fallen off a horse in my time. And it's not too bad when they're shorter. A lot of their horses that they sold were usually to people that did shows. Most of them weren't like, as far as I know, they weren't, well, maybe before the market for horses crashed, like, they might have done more show horses and stuff that were, like, more prestigious. But a lot of the horses that they had, they kept and rented to people that did 4-H and stuff like that, and sometimes after they rented the horse for long enough, they would do somewhat of, like, a rent-to-own thing with it, and they would get, like, a few thousand all at once after so many years of somebody using the horse. They would also sell some of their sheep that didn't go to the market or whatever. They would sell some of them to 4-H kids as well. Oh yeah, like, overall the farm was like like sustaining itself. It just was also a very old farm. Like, the house, I would say, could be put on a historical list if it didn't have siding on it and stuff like that. Is pretty old. Um, it had technically been, my ex's mom got it from her father, who had cows on the farmland when she was growing up, and he basically moved across the street on a couple of acres and, like, built a small retirement home on it. I remember one time, some of the local Amish people came out and helped. Well, not necessarily helped. Like, well, I mean, they were helping out because it was kind of an emergency, like a wind, like, I guess a storm, like, kind of pulled some of the roofing off one of the barns, and so they hired the Amish to come and fix it. And I remember watching them work, and I was just like, wow, these guys really are way more efficient than I realized. Like, they are fast, they are working hard, and they are doing a good job. So shout out to the local Amish for being badasses. They were really chill too. Like, they were really polite and all that, but they were also just like really cool and relaxed. Like, I don't know. I've only, like, when I was growing up, we didn't really live near any Amish people, and we didn't need, like, we wouldn't have needed them or, like, their services for anything, really. So I'd never personally met any until that point. And, they're not quite as, oh, I'll wait till your ad's over. Okie dokie. Where was I? Oh, like, since I had never met an Amish person in person, like, I didn't realize, like, they are very humble and they are very, like, modest and stuff like that, but they're also just a lot more chill than, I guess, I guess the best way to describe it is a TV interpretation. Like, I know that they, do have, like, their own language. I believe it's not just German, like it's derived from either German or Dutch or something, but they weren't really like, I don't know, they weren't as hush hush as sometimes the media kind of portrays them to be. They were very open and really nice. Which also makes a lot of sense for just other aspects of being Amish that I have heard, though. They were very different, though, than the local Mennonites. Because I remember we also went to a store that was run by the Mennonites once, and that it had a very different they had a very different energy than the Amish people. They were exactly as polite and all that stuff, but they had some like women running their shop, and this was before I was out of the closet or anything like that. So I was there in shorts and short sleeves, and I don't know if that was it or what it was, but they would not, like, I'm not big on eye contact necessarily. I don't know if that's autism or whatever, but it makes me a little bit uncomfortable sometimes. But they just straight up would, they were like looking straight down. They wouldn't even really look at us at all the whole time, even though they were being very polite. It was a bit different. They were more modern in some ways, but in some ways they also seemed definitely more strict. Ooh, Bob knows some Pennsylvania Dutch. That's fancy. So, in your opinion, I've seen some memes on it on the topic and nothing really other than that. But in your opinion, is Dutch similar to German but sillier? Because I've heard people like compare specific words and they're like, look, this is a German word, just sillier. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't really know much about that. I know a very tiny bit, like a handful of words and random sentences that are in German. Uh, and I mostly started learning that because I heard it would help learn with learning Yiddish, because Yiddish is Germanic in origin. I think that's how I found somebody comparing the words that one time. It was a few years ago, though. I wonder if I could even find that post again. Okay. That is the end of... Oh, that last stitch fell out. This is the end of the days that I've got counted up for February so far. If this will go... There we go. Let me cut this tail. That's fair, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense. I think this looks pretty good. Yeah, see, I had forgotten that because I kind of like... Cy remembers better because he's the one that mailed you your sticker and all that stuff, so he really knows more about where you live than I do. But I also remember hearing that in passing, that you live up that away. This looks pretty good so far, I think. I'm still not sure if I'm going to do it like January, February, March together and do like 4 sets of 3, or if I'm going to do 3 panels of 4 months, which I will definitely know that by the end of February, of course, but I'm not so sure how I want to have it set up yet. I'm kind of just trying to like visualize it in my mind, and I'm thinking 4 I like because it's a nice even number, but I think 3 could also look really cool. Just 3 large panels of color. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna lay this over here though. Move these yarns. This is the nice gradient green that I was using from before. And this is my stack of squares. I have it, this isn't really how I'm keeping track, but how I have it right now is there's 2 green ones and then a brown, 2 green, light brown, 2 green, and then a cream. I don't have an even number of these brown or accent squares, so I am going to have to figure out another color at some point to go in between. But until then, I do have 1 dark brown, 1 cream, and 3 light browns. That's mostly just so that I can get an idea of how I want to disperse the squares throughout it, because most of it will be this green gradient probably, and then I don't know. They don't really have to go in a certain pattern because I'll probably try and make it look kind of sporadic. Oh wait, this is the wrong hook. I need this one. But yeah, so the accent colors aren't super important, but I do kind of want to find a yarn that sort of goes with the natural colors there. So I have to change one. I need tea first though. I've been talking a lot today. There we go. That's better. I'm going to chain 20. Ooh. Let me double count these because I'm already dropping my stitches. 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20. Okay. I do think the stack has grown a little, not too much though, because I did have the green and browns separated, so it made the stacks look a lot smaller in the first place. Um, but I do know that I've done either 4 or 6 green squares since the other day. I know I did like 4 during stream or something. Not this stream, my stream. The Cyclops stream from the other day. That's true. That's true. I did kind of just drop this project very suddenly and take a break from it. I didn't intend on doing that, it just sort of happened. Oh, yeah, that was the start of that, what probably wasn't it? And then I kind of got out of the streaming habit for a little bit. And then for a while I wasn't feeling so good. There was a whole string of events that happened that just disrupted crochet for a little bit. Yep, and when I got back, I immediately started the temperature blanket. You're right. That is the timeline that I'm in. I do think, though, since I took the break, the exclamation point pattern should still bring up this pattern that I am using. So that's good. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the whole sweater. Perfect. I'm glad I didn't change that to anything else. Oh. Wasn't there also like a short stretch of time before he borrowed the camera that I wasn't actually using it? I think because I had done some crochet, and then I want to say that for a week at least or so, I was playing that Mordor game. Because I remember like I had played it passively for a little bit, and then suddenly I was just like, yeah, I just have to play this Mordor game for all the time right now. And then that trend kind of kept up for a week or two. I have a tendency to do that with games, though. I'll start to play one, and then I'll just get really locked on for a bit. I usually will binge a game for like a week or two. Yep, like ESO. Sometimes I will just play ESO like nobody's business. And then sometimes I'm like, meh, I'll just not. I'm also like that with Skyrim for sure. Okay, that is row 2. 2 out of 9. I really enjoy the gradient of this yarn. This is a... Hold on, let me double check, because I'm pretty sure it's Bath and Body Works. It is. This is Bath and Body Works champagne toast scented candle, which to me it doesn't really smell like a champagne toast. To me it kind of smells like a cozy spring day. But that's also a very abstract concept, so I don't really know. The naming of candles is a challenge. It smells really good though. It's like a fresh, happy smelling candle, if that makes sense. Fresh, but not like clean fresh. It smells like cozy, but still clean. I don't know. Kind of reminds me of a smell I would have encountered like in a candle that I like encountered at my grandma's house or somewhere. He loves it and he wants to destroy it. It's the duality of cat. He wants to gaze deeply into it and he wants to get mad when it is hot. Kind of how he loves Sai, but also wants to destroy him, so... He's got a complicated villain arc, you know? Yep, and he's gonna do it when he's live, too. I don't think he's ever fully tried to destroy my stream, but also he doesn't really... I don't think it's as fun for him because he knows that he's not supposed to be messing with Sai and Mitch when they're streaming. But whenever he does it to me, I don't act like there's anything wrong with it because I think it's pretty funny. I think it adds excitement to my stream. So he doesn't really like to do it as much, I don't think. It's too easy, you know? I also just automatically go and give him more attention. I think, like, Sai will give him attention whenever he comes up and acts like he wants it, but I will personally seek out Merlin just to rub my face on him. So, so he's never quite as interested in messing with me, because he just sees me too much, you know? That's probably what's bringing him back, because he knows what the word no means. He knows when he's being misbehaving. Because I'll say no to him when he's trying to like steal food right off my plate, and he'll stop what he's doing and he'll freeze and he'll just hang out wherever he's at and act like it's not a problem if he just slowly inches close, and then I'll say no again, and then he'll kind of fuss at me. He totally understands. Oh, I am tangling up my scissors. There's row 5. Oh, the tail. There is row 6. There's row 7. Yep, it's because I'm not focusing so much on just keeping it going through like one of the loops on the stitch. I can just go through and grab up both of the strands, if that makes sense. Plus this hook is a little bit bigger, so the holes in the stitches are a little easier to see, so I can kind of get a little more momentum. Yeah, and also the much shorter rows, that definitely helps. Double crochets definitely build up a much more sizable object faster. That's part of why I did choose the slip stitches though, because one person, I read a few articles and I read some like forum posts on temperature blankets basically before I decided to make it, and slip stitches with the amount of rows that the person had listed kind of gives you a good lap sized blanket, generally speaking. So I kind of wanted to go with that, especially because if I use the blocking method and add rows in between, I can kind of make it not quite a throw, but bigger than a lap blanket with like the added panels in between and the and like a nice edge on it. I think it'll be just like a nice general cool blanket. That was 8. That was 8. This is row 9. I just think it's going to be a good fun size. I've also like tossed around the idea, which I don't know how interested I will be in starting a second temperature blanket before the first one is done, but I thought most of the temperature blankets they just go by like your standard like calendar, right? But I've never looked them up, so I don't know. There could be a lot of these floating around, but I thought that it would be good to help me learn the Jewish calendar better if I followed the Jewish year with a temperature blanket as well, starting on the Jewish New Year. Because, I don't know, it would just give not only a whole different blanket, but because it's on a different calendar, the rows would be in a different order for where, like, the season was, too. I don't know. That's like something that I've only really entertained the idea of like maybe 2 or 3 times. It kind of depends on how much yarn I have left by the time I get to that time of year with this blanket, because that'll kind of show me like how much I would need and if it's going to be worth starting before the other one's finished or not. I don't know. I think that could be a fun idea though. Okay, we chain 20 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh. Welcome back, Bob. I hope your ad was more normal this time. It was some nice normal ads. Good. Ads of the normal variety. About food and taxes and such. That's normally what the ads I've been seeing recently are. If anyone's wondering what I've been seeing. Nothing disturbing, mostly just taxes. Whenever I see a TurboTax ad say that they have like free whatever for simple taxes, it makes me wonder what they mean by simple taxes, but then I assume that probably just means like if it's your first job, and you only are really getting one paper to deal with for your taxes. That's probably what they consider a simple tax that they will do for low to no cost, which would make sense because why would you need to really do anything crazy for a fast food tax paper where they don't even have to pay anything? That's probably the type of taxes that I could even accomplish if it was just one paper. I don't know, maybe not. I get frustrated doing taxes because one of my cousins was an accountant for a few years, and I forget what year she said it has been since, but we haven't had taxation with any representation in the US for many, 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 many years. So technically, all the taxes are just because they say so, not necessarily because there's a genuinely good reason that they're taking taxes for a lot of stuff. And I know that most people would still pay taxes if they didn't have to because it maintains roads and stuff like that, like state taxes. But the federal tax, I believe that there's not been representation for in some time. And it's like, oh, so you can send people to prison for not paying these taxes, even though you're going against like your own rules about taxes. Now I'm just mad. Now I don't even want to do taxes. I can't sit here anymore. I'm gonna go play with my cat instead of fill out these taxes. That's basically how taxes work for me. I get real bent out of shape about it. I feel like everyone should have to play by the rules, even if if we have to play by the rules that are not fun, then the government should also have to play by those rules that are not fun. Controversial, I know. Very hot take over here is that it should be even. I have heard, however, that like most of the countries that have universal healthcare and stuff, they pay a slightly higher taxes than we do. And I'm fully committed to doing that if we got universal healthcare. I would be totally fine with paying a slightly higher tax if everybody across the board could just see a doctor when they need to. That I would totally be down for. I also don't really, I've never made, even when I had a regular job, I didn't really make a whole lot of money to where I would be taxed too harshly in the first place, to be completely honest. Like, my returns were never really big either. I think the most I ever got from a tax return was like $680 or something. Ooh, we should talk to Sin about it and see if it's worth it. I feel like I know what she's gonna say. I feel like she would be like, you know what? I would hate to live where you live. I think Sin would hate it here. There's not even any moose bears, bear mooses. We do have Canadian gooses though. Sometimes. Those are the worst animals to come from there. I mean, as far as I know, it's the only animal I've personally met that's come from there, so I don't really have another animal to compare it to personally. I wonder what the most. I feel like technically a moose is more dangerous than a goose because a moose will straight up just charge you, and they are large. I'd rather run from a moose bear than a flock of geese. Well, that's fair because a whole flock, like one moose bear, they can chase you for a long time, right? But a whole flock, they can get you surrounded. The honking will never cease until you give up the bread. Plus, I believe that geese become definitely more powerful in numbers. Like the multiplier for more geese that there are, it just gets higher and higher. And I don't even understand math, so that would make it even more terrifying if there was an actual multiplier attached. This is 4. Okay, so we are going on to row 5. Right, you just turn over all your valuables and then be on your way. That's probably also true. I don't know that why why would you try? That's such a dangerous thing to do. I feel like the more you teach a goose, the more dangerous they would even be, too. Like they wouldn't be smart like a dog, they'd be smart like a cat. They would just use their intellect for evil. Unwrap yourself, please. This is nonsense. There we go. That was just way too twisty. It does. It's got two tails, right? And I chose the one that pulls from the center, which is the one that I like to use when I can because as it unravels, it's a lot neater and it doesn't roll around like the desk or floor. But the other tail is still tucked up inside, and so it's like wrapping itself like a weirdo. Is this 7? Yeah, this is 7. Giving me a little bit of trouble. It's usually not super bad though. It's not nearly as difficult as the time I had whenever you remember whenever I was trying to use the loom and the velvet was wrapping up the acrylic yarn so dramatically tight because I didn't know to move the loom instead of the yarn. I still remember that, and I also like I need to make another hat because I remember that method, but I've never used it from start to finish on a hat or project, so I have no idea how much time it genuinely takes when you're not fighting the yarn the whole time. So I need to do that at some point. Just kind of see how much smoother it goes when I know what to do.
Oh my god, you're just really trying. You're really trying.
I hear my notification going off. Shinri IDK, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Or night, or whatever you are having. We're working on a patchwork sweater. I think it's going pretty well. Okay. We are getting there. I still think I'm technically, even including the brown squares that I have, I'm still only a little bit more than half of the way done making the squares. I think I'm up to 29 and the pattern calls for like 52. Okay, we are on row 9, so the last one for this square. if putting these patchworks together goes smoothly enough, I'll probably like almost immediately just jump into making a large patchwork like bathrobe type thing, because when I started crocheting, Sai said it would be really cool if you could have a granny square robe that's just classically like black and bold colors, preferably a little bit on the obnoxious side. And I love anything that's a little bit on the obnoxious side. If it's a little tacky or a little bit obnoxious, I'm probably going to think it's great. So, because I've never constructed anything besides a blanket out of granny squares before. So, that's going to be interesting. The main thing that I'm worried about is the sleeves, because when I crocheted the sweater before, it was like separate sleeves that I just later attached. And whereas these will be also patchwork sleeves as well. That's part of the reason that I haven't really, like, I started to make a pair of like freeform pants sort of. Like, I was going to wear them under other stuff kind of as part of a Ren Fair outfit, and I haven't finished it yet because I don't understand like the part that is kind of, so I've made the two legs, right? The two pant legs. And now I need to kind of construct like a part that's basically shorts, and the shorts will come down and attach to the legs. Um, and that's the part that is a little bit daunting to me. I'm going to set that on there to keep the pattern consistent. I am also probably going to run to the bathroom really quick and take a short break and use my CBD real quick and a couple of other things, and then I'll be back, but it won't take me very long at all. So yeah, hopefully if it's going to show you ads, it shows them when I'm in the bathroom or something. I will BRB. Sin, welcome in. I'm sorry that I took a break probably as soon as you got here. uh, let me catch up on the chat. Ooh, you got the new washi tape. $6 is way too much shipping for that amount of distance. That's that is a crime right there. But I also understand already feeling like you need to get more. I haven't bought more in a really long time. But I've also always been very conservative with it when I journal because I'm afraid that I'm gonna, like, I don't know. I've always been the type of person where I will hoard supplies because I'm like, I will waste it. So I just kind of have a few rolls of washi tape I haven't touched yet. But I've been working really hard on that because I will use stuff like this, but not other art supplies. And I'm like, look, you can't just, like, not use your shit. You won't get to enjoy it. Ooh, days of the week with the cats on it. That sounds really good. Oh, and that'll make your journaling, like, way faster, too. I'm obsessed with bullet journaling, but I am not super good at it. I mean, I'm good at, like, designing spreads and stuff. I'm just not good at using them. Excuse me. I used my CBD vape earlier and I'm still coughing a little bit. See, I use mine, like, monthly. That's what, the little tracker that I made on the sobriety day that was, like, the teacups, and I was coloring in one of the teacups for, like, the 1 of 5. That is, like, basically my longest term tracker. And then I have some that are, like, short-term goals, basically. I use regular stickers and stuff in my journals, but I've never put washi tape in them. I don't know why. Because washi tape basically is just, like, in its own way, a sticker. I keep all kinds of journals, though. Like, some of them I don't use every day, and some of them I do. Like, just my normal writing one, I will write about a paragraph in at least, like, a day. But then I also have a journal that is exclusively for dreams that I remember really well, or, like, like, weird dreams or something. I have one that is where I specifically track, like, basically mental health stuff. Like, it's kind of like a check-in log, and I usually do something in that, like, once a week or so. Whether I'm doing good or not, I try to do something in there. I also use that to track, like, symptoms. So, like, I have a migraine tracker. Well, like, a system where I just track my migraines, and I've thought of putting something like that in my bullet journal. But I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Because I'm worried that if I make it for on a certain date for a certain amount of time, I'll immediately forget about it, and then I'll have a big blank amount where I forgot to track specifically what days and for how many hours of each day and stuff, and then I'm like, not gonna know anything. But I like the concept of trackers like that because since I can't really afford to see a therapist or go to doctors or anything right now, I think that tracking stuff like that's a good idea for when I get to, because then I'll have a frame of reference for how long I've been feeling X amount of pain or a certain type of way for so many weeks or whatever. I also have a journal that I haven't actually started writing in yet, but I bought it with the intention of, like, writing stuff that I learn the more I learn about Judaism, which I've learned quite a lot and haven't written a single thing in there. But mostly because I feel like none of the stuff that I've learned, it's all cool stuff and I like it a lot, but I don't know how to write about it in context yet. So I feel like I'm just gonna look back on it and be like, oh, you sound stupid right now. You sound like an idiot. I don't know why I worry about that sort of thing, because that's kind of what the point of the journal being private is, though, is because you're allowed to sound like an idiot if you feel like. I don't know, I just feel like it's gonna be, like, really, like, not organized. Because I was like, I can take this regular journal and I'll put some sections in it. And I'm like, there's too many sections of Judaism to section a 200-page journal. Ooh, mood trackers are cool. I tried doing one, and I did actually get pretty far into it. I didn't get the whole year, but I did keep up with it for about 6 months, which is, like, honestly, that's pretty good for me. I don't do most things every day. I tried to think of a single thing that I do every day, and all I could think was I try and have some water. That's the only thing I try and do every day for sure. I try and have some water and take my multivitamin. That's the only thing I've done consistently for a while. I thought the different journals and stuff like that might be like visual journals I really like. I used to have one. Damn, excuse me, that was a big one. When I hit my vape pen earlier, I kind of almost choked to death, to be completely honest, because I inhaled it the same way you inhale water when you're doing it wrong and you start dying. So I feel like there's a weird tickle in my throat still from that. But I had a journal that I used to put magazine clippings and stuff in. Kind of like, some people call them junk journals or smash journals, and you just kind of like put found objects and like different scraps of paper and stuff in them, and it just looks pretty. I had one of those as a teen, and I really, really loved it. I stopped working in it, to be honest, because so it was like really personal and really private, and I was kind of starting to explore my identity a lot in those years. And I didn't put anything like obvious or like that would out myself in it, but I did find my mom looking through it one day when she had not asked. And so I stopped working in it because I was afraid that if I poured my soul into my secret junk journal, that she was going to see it and possibly get mad at me. So I stopped, which is a dumb reason to stop. I should have just like put my shit away when I was done with it for once, honestly, looking back. That was all on me leaving it on the table. But I don't know, I was like very reactionary when I was younger and I got scared. I was like, oh no, they're gonna find out that maybe I'm gay. But I thought about making something like that because it's also, like, I don't scrapbook because a lot of my photos are all digital now and I don't really have a printer or anything, so I don't scrapbook. It's like that, just without the pictures. And then you get an excuse to buy those expensive scrapbooking stickers from Michael's every now and then that are like $5 for 5 stickers. Right, and see, I didn't really have privacy with my journals and stuff like that until I was older, because my therapist said that, like, well, I told my therapist that I was, like, really worried that if I had a journal, because she wanted me to keep one, I was worried that people would look in it. And so she had, like, a private meeting with my mom, because she did, in general anyways, they would every so often touch base. And, like, my mom always acted like, she was like, of course you can have a journal that's completely private. Why would you even feel worried about that? And I'm like, Mom, do you know how many times I've caught you snooping through my journals? Like, I had a couple journals when I was a kid. They weren't, like, personal or private, and there was nothing, like, super juicy in there. But, and see, I can't say that I don't understand her curiosity, even though I'm not a parent, just because, in general, I'm kind of a curious person myself. But, like, boundaries, lady. We need to have one, at least. And I remember like 3 different occasions she would just be looking through my stuff and I'd be like, Mom, and she'd be like, what? It's cute. And I'm like, stop calling me cute. I'm a tortured soul. Stop reading me stop reading my deepest thoughts on The Hobbit. These are personal. I don't know. I feel like when you're neurodivergent and nobody understands that, like just because nobody's told your parents that you're neurodivergent because they never had you checked out, like stuff like that felt very sacred to me. And then whenever somebody would look through it, it was like all my trust was just, I was dramatically gone. I was very protective over my stuff. I found solace in knowing that when I put my stuff somewhere, it wouldn't be touched or messed with. And then it was like, I don't know, it was like I was very protective of my personal things, I guess. But I know my mom would, so I tell her to hide it. See, yeah. That's one of those things where, like, I've given my brother advice now and then. I'm like, look, I'm gonna tell you right now that it's fine if you have XYZ, whatever it is. Just make sure you put it away. Because. Because your mom is nosy, and if your dad finds it, he's gonna get rid of it without saying anything because he's awkward. Whatever it is. I don't care if it's like a single stale cigarette butt. They're gonna make a big deal about it. They're nosy. If I'm out of the house for longer than 20, is she really that nosy? Oh my god. My mom's not quite that bad. That's funny as fuck. Oh, that's funny. I feel like the way that I'm curious and the way that my mom are curious is curious. Sorry, I can't speak. The way that I'm curious and the way that my mother is curious are a bit different. Like, I'm kind of nosy for what the tea is, but then once I know it, like, it's done. I don't really, I don't know. I feel like once I learn about something or I figure it out, the interest is gone and I don't really go back for more, and I usually don't like try and dig deeper. And I also don't go digging into people's stuff. Mostly cuz I don't assume that people have anything more interesting hidden than what I have. And if anything that people have in their journals is what I have, then all I'm going to get from reading it is secondhand embarrassment for the relatability content. Like, you're not gonna find anything juicy. You're just gonna feel like, dang, this is awkward, bud. Just Wayne's voice in your head. Wish you weren't so awkward, bud. Like, that's as juicy as it gets usually, is like, I'll just write about how I banged my hip on a doorknob again. Like, nobody really cares about that information. Oh, that's also true. I guess I do talk a little bit of shit sometimes because it's like it gets it out of your mind, so then you don't, like, if you're mad at somebody for something and then you write about it, if it's not a big deal, at least for me, then usually I'm not so mad anymore and it just goes away. And that's really great. It's like mentally healthy to do that, actually. Or, like, if my thoughts are too busy and I'm just really worried about stuff, I sometimes write about it more than once, and I feel like that would be kind of embarrassing if people knew. Like, I was worried about something really small, and I wrote about it 5 different times over the course of a week or something. It's like, I'm just trying to get this out of my head so I don't think it 20 million times over through the course of my day. It's not even always important. That's part of why my therapist actually wanted me to start journaling in the first place, is I have anxiety and I'm just like a chronic worrier. Yes, it also does help you sleep if you do it like right before bed, especially. There was, for a long time, I would travel like everywhere with my journal. My journal was pretty much always with me because when I was like the ages of being in high school, like 15, 16, 17, I was homeschooled, which I didn't actually learn anything at homeschool. I just kind of hung out at home. But my journal never left my side, and I would write in it periodically throughout the day, even. But sometimes now I try and kind of keep it in the evenings just because I get more excited to write about it, and I'm more likely to keep it schedule if I feel excited about it. Unless it's something I think I might forget that's like amazing or hilarious. Because I will also like think of stuff that's funny and immediately forget it if I don't write it down. It's not funny enough for me to immediately post it to Twitter, but it's funny enough for me to write down for myself. Sort of jokes. Honestly, I think if I put jokes on Twitter, people would not think they were super funny. Not because I don't think I'm funny, I feel like most of the jokes that I would have come up with, somebody's already probably said before. And also, most of the time when I'm joking, I'm just like ragging on my cat, just talking shit about Merlin, and people aren't gonna understand that in context unless I always have an accompanying photo of the fool. And he doesn't always look at the camera, so that wouldn't work out. I'd have too many draft tweets. Ooh, more space to write. That's pretty good though. I started out with just like spiral ring binder and some loose leaf paper in it kind of for my first journal, and then I went through a phase where I mostly had tiny journals, and I don't know, I feel like most of my journals now are like yay, I don't know. There's no way for you to measure actually how big that is that I'm just showing you. Like this cardboard that I have my shit written on, probably about this size, is probably the size of most of my journals, but I like bigger ones sometimes. Like especially if I'm going to do like junk books or stuff like that. I feel like the space is really, yeah, A5 is a good size. I was going to say something else and then I completely lost it. What was it? Oh, yeah, I like those because if you get the kinds that are I like lined ones most of the time, but if you go for dotted or something and you still write on it, um, it leaves a lot of open space for like doodles and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's definitely a good upgrade. One that I used to do when I was younger, I would also write letters to my grandmother. Like, we talked on the phone all the time, but ever since I was little, we had kept a habit of writing each other letters too, and I used to take temporary tattoos and just very gently with the only slightly dampest of towels, I would put temporary tattoos on pages and papers and notes and stuff. I thought I was the hottest shit for doing that. I was like, I am an expert of customization right now. Behold my pirate skulls. Oh, okay. That explains why I heard the ding go off. I looked over and I didn't see it on my screen, but I heard it. This is row 8. Okay. Okay, now that I'm on this row, let me hop over there. I want to look. Show me the button. Discord. Open. Ooh, those are cute. Oh, I really like Thursday. Thursday's got the little butt. I like anything with a good cat butt on it. I've even seen crochet, like, pot holders that have cat butts on them. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I saw them on Ravelry. Like, you make them in the round, so you basically start out at the butthole of the cat and just work the cat around the butthole that you make in a circle. And when you finish making the circle, you kind of you attach your yarn like off center or whatever and make another little circle, and that's your cat head or whatever. And well, I assume that this is mostly how the pattern goes, and like you just attach it to the main circle as you go. I've thought about making them a few times, but I keep forgetting to get the right kind of yarn because I can't use acrylic for that, because if I actually use it and set a pot on it, it'll melt. And then that would just be a tragedy. And plus, then there would be melted plastic all over the bottom of my pots. Okay, there is another green one. Come on. There you go. Oh, dropping it. Come on. That stitch was just a little bit tight. I feel like a lot of the times the very first stitch I make off of the slip stitch, I feel like that stitch is prone to just being a little bit tighter whenever I do it for some reason. And then lassoed the cup. I also probably should take a drink. It would probably help with my coughing if I would actually take a drink now and then. Oh. Goodbye, Bob. Oh, good. That was ominous, Bob. I see you, Sin. And then you just move on. With my mind's eye. Oh, I just now saw Sinachu's message that said, let's talk about him. I didn't even see that message. I was just like, what? I thought you were out here just like the Eye of Sauron. Just turn to your left or something, and there's Sinachu. I see you. Oh my gosh. That's what I get for not paying attention. That's a prime example of something I'd write about in my journal, though. But I wouldn't write the whole thing that just happened. I would just write, I thought Bob was the Eye of Sauron today, and then I would leave it at that and not elaborate. And that's how a lot of my journal entries go. They're just super vague. We created journal content together today. Just how Cole happened. row 6. Oh. We did, but I don't remember what they were, Bob. Was it about Canadian gooses? I know we talked we were talking about Canadian gooses earlier. We're also talking about bear moose. Oh god, what was his question? Oh god. It wasn't like a deep question. I'm pretty sure it was just like stupid. What was it? Was it about taxes? Oh yeah. Wait, I don't remember the exact question, but it wasn't how to do taxes. It was oh yeah, because in Canada, don't you pay like a bit more a bit more in taxes so that healthcare is more accessible? Isn't that something that you do better than America in that regard? Like some of your taxes are for that. Was that the question? I think that was the question. That's one question that I had about Canadian taxes. Is if there's a healthcare tax or something. So, like the opposite of America. Good to know. No, we were talking about, okay, well, that's actually good to know. We were talking about how I don't like taxes. I don't really agree with most of the taxes we have to pay, because we're not supposed to have taxation without representation, and we have for a good number of years in the country, and I think that it's unfair that people can be imprisoned for something that technically we're not supposed to, like, even have to deal with. But then I did say that if there was an upcharge on taxes and it meant that we could have like a universal healthcare system or something very similar to it, I would totally be down to pay that tax. That's where that came from. Because I was like, yeah, I mean, I would totally just like to guarantee that I can go to the doctor. That was the whole question, was how that was. But also, I also have to file my taxes soon, so don't worry about it. Don't feel too bad. Well, technically, all I have to do is make sure that all of our tax papers are together. Sai is supposed to take them somewhere. I don't know when he's going to have time to do that, though. See, some kids get that here. It depends. I think most states have a program individually. So I got free health care for a certain amount of time when I was a kid because I was on the state health care called Hoosier Healthwise. And it's because we fell in a certain bracket, like tax bracket. It was like low enough to where I got it for free, but everything wasn't included, I don't believe. I think it might have been doctor's visits, hospital care. I don't know if it was eye and dental. I think I usually got those through my mom's work when I was little, because we didn't always have that consistently. Okay. See, that's still pretty nice. Like, even if you still have to pay for some stuff, that's a lot more than, like, I don't think we don't get anything for free. I do think that at the very least, like, everybody deserves to get a regular doctor's checkup for free. Like, you deserve to have regular doctor visits if you need them. Okay, that's kind of similar to like insurance here in generally speaking because when I did have insurance, like I had the same situation with my glasses, and I probably like would have had like always had to have paid for physical therapy unless I had really good insurance through work. But if I did, it would cost so much money that it probably wouldn't be worth it to have, honestly, because like when I was younger, I worked at Amazon um in a warehouse, and part of the reason that I wanted to work there was I heard that they had really good benefits and that they were immediate. So I was like, okay, I haven't had very many jobs, but the ones that I've had, I've stayed at for a long time. So if it has good insurance, that seems worth it. And some of their insurance was good, but it was so expensive that my checks weren't enough to pay my rent after everything was said and done. If I wanted like anything that was going to help with mental health, like therapy or anything beyond the basic stuff, it was just too much. Yeah, that makes sense. Some stuff is like that here too. That's why yeah, like depending on what it is, my brother's ADHD medicine was more than partially covered when he was younger, but we still had to pay like 40 to $60 um for the generic brand of whatever like the ADHD medicine was at the time. But that was considered pretty good around here. I keep losing count. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, I'm on the last row. Yeah, and that's not even always like per prescription. Sometimes that's how much it will cost per pill. One of my one of my close friends, the one that Sai has brought up a few times, who is a teacher, they get medicine for their depression, and if their insurance didn't cover it, they would be paying like roughly 100 and something per pill, and they have to have it every single day. Yeah, and I appreciate that too because generic doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means that it's like it's basically the bare bones version, which when it comes to medicine and stuff, that sounds better because it's got only the ingredients and nothing else. I don't know. I feel like generic when it comes to medicine almost implies that the name brands have something else in them, and I'm like, what? Filler? Pill filler? What do you got in there? Pencil shavings? For bulk? I'm confused. Or like generic shampoo doesn't have extra, like as many extra additives and stuff in it a lot of the time. Sometimes generic shampoo absolutely has more though, so like don't take that as law. Sometimes the generic shampoo is actually so bad. I've used some really bad shampoos. Holy crap, Bob. A 6 shots a week for 3 years? Did you get bit by a rabid animal? 24 karat gold in it. Yes, Bob's gold injections. It's to help with the dragon sickness. trying to layer these in a even order. Thorin Oakenshield had that problem too. I've never had to have a series of shots for that long. Oops. Let me count these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6. Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna do at least 2 more, but I'm not sure how long into the afternoon I'm actually gonna go because partially I started early because Merlin was being cute on the desk earlier, but then also I started early because I have some housework that I want to do, and since I was up earlier this morning anyway, I was like, I'll just get a 30-minute jump on everything and start everything early. But I know that I will do at least 2 more squares. And then I'll probably continue doing this tomorrow until I run out of green anyway. Yeah, he wasn't literally fighting the candle this time, but there was at one point he reached out and he touched it with his little foot. And I don't know if you were in an ad or not, Bob, but I was just like, Merlin, do not touch this right now, buddy. He got kind of upset about it. Sin, he has crispy eyebrows right now because his first encounter with the candle was not his finest moment. They're all crinkly and weird looking because he leaned in too close and it was hot. And he got mad because obviously when it hit his face that close, like it hit him in the face, the heat did. And he got angry and he reached out and he slapped the candle like right in the center of it. And so on our coffee table, there's just a splatter of wax. Yes, it is just like with the smoker. Merlin learns everything from him, up to and including burning off his eyebrows and having a bad attitude. But yeah, it's hilarious. And then he also had wax stuck to his paw for like 2 days because he wouldn't let me get it off. Because, you know, cat stuff. He didn't like burn himself or anything. He just had a little bit it was mostly stuck to his fur, like the little wisps between his toes. He's got a lot of toe fluff, luckily, so his skin was safe. He's just a foolish wild boy. He has no no sense of reason. But ever since then, like, I've lit the candle one other time, and I had it up where he couldn't even so much as, like, think about touching it, and he just stared at it deeply for a long, long time. So we decided that he both loves and hates the candle, because it is mysterious and beautiful. He needed them to show he won the battle. He's just trying to flex on the rest of us that he fought the candle. And sort of won. It's got 3 wicks in it, and when he hit the candle, he knocked 2 of the flames out. So, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. We'll call that a win on Merlin's part. It did, just by existing. That's what I get for setting stuff on the coffee table. Loki TV is rating with a party of 8. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How was Path of Exile? Rippy. I have only played that game. I've played it once or twice, and all I know about it is I should have went in with a plan, and I didn't. I was not prepared for that skill tree to be so large. That game definitely has a lot more to it than I thought it was going to. That is a cool one though. Yeah, see, I had heard that, but I didn't know how serious it was until I actually got into the game, and then I knew I was in way over my head with that. I did get the setup shout out set the shout out set up. Ooh. They added another passive tree of similar size. Oh my gosh. That's insane for maps. That's crazy. That is I can't even fathom what that would that is so many passives. I wouldn't even know where to begin. And the guides are so detailed and stuff with what everything does and why you need to choose certain paths and like certain stuff on the trees, and I'm just like, wow. Some people really put in a lot of time with builds and stuff, and that's pretty cool too. I am just working on some patchworks. Well, some patches for a patchwork sweater today. I feel like Nightbot had a delayed reaction there with the pattern. Maybe that was just my screen though. Yeah, is that was kind of weird. It had to remember the pattern. Yeah, I love crochet so much. There's um there's a pretty fair like size community on Instagram of people who crochet, but I don't know very many people personally that do it. Our neighbor's spouse, well, our neighbor Mitch from Cyclops Gaming, their spouse knows how to crochet, but they mostly did it when they were younger. And their mother actually gave me some of my first yarn. She doesn't really crochet actively anymore either, but she did do it for a good number of years. I've received a couple of gifts of yarn from her. I have one friend that I know that does it, but hasn't had a lot of time to recently. They're a school teacher, so they've been dealing with a lot of their work and stuff. They keep having schools being flip flop between online and in class, so they have to have two curriculums ready most of the time. Well, two different ways to do the curriculum ready basically at all times, and so that takes up a lot of their free time. We used to crochet together like Pretty much all last summer we spent in the living room crocheting blankets together, though. That was really fun. Oh yeah, I didn't have a crochet outfit when I was a baby, but they're fairly popular here as well. A lot of people do make more baby patterns probably than any other type of pattern that I've seen. Well, save for maybe blankets, of course, but baby outfits are very, very popular. I've done a few blankets for people, um, but I've not done any baby clothes yet. All right, Loki, enjoy your lurk. Have fun with your dog. I'll see you in a bit. We are on row 7. I need a drink. I'm glad your ads were normal, Bob. Well, that's not too bad. Oh. He really is. Okay, row 9. Oh, yes, and Bob didn't say exactly the content of the ad, but Bob got a disturbing ad today. And we don't love that. We hate that. I hate the idea that there would be, like, anything disturbing at all on Twitch. Oh, twice. Yikes. Yeah, that's true. You would just think because they're so randomly strict about certain things that, like, anything that could be potentially triggering and drive away, say, the younger audiences that are willing to sit through ads for people that are very mediocre. Like, it could turn people that watch ads away. And that's bad for Twitch. So you would think that they would, like, handle that. I've not seen this ad yet, and I'm actually really happy that I haven't yet, because I would probably be really upset about it. I don't know what it is, but I just know I'd be mad. Even if I wasn't triggered by it, I'd probably be like, what is this garbage? My fingers just started fumbling and I completely zoned out for a second. I looked over at the screen to catch up on chat, and then my whole mind just went blank and I was like, My fingers didn't stop going just because I turned my head. That was bad. There should be an emote for when facepalm isn't enough. Because, like, sometimes even 3 facepalms in a row isn't enough. Oh yeah, I like that too. It's just like deflated. Row 3. I honestly really love this yarn. Like, I knew I was gonna like it when I picked it out, but I'm liking this, like, gradient way more than I expected to. Every time I use it, I think of other stuff that I could make with, like, this yarn. Okay, whoop. I've fallen out of the project. We're on row 4. Oh yeah, I also wanted to tell you. Oh, I gotta hydrate, and then I'll tell you after I do that. I have been hydrated. Okay. The other day, we were at the store because, we need, well, it was like the other week. It wasn't the other day. To be honest, I've had this for a while and I kept forgetting to tell you guys. But Sai bought me this tie-dye kit and it's got like 10 different colors in it. And I'm gonna take at some point a bunch of his old work t-shirts from the restaurant that were white. They got stained by like the pizza dough and the grease and stuff. And I'm gonna tie dye them. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it for sure yet, because we're gonna need like probably at least one extension cord. But I really want to stream like bundling up all the shirts and tie dyeing them. It says it does like 40 shirts, and I know he has at least 8 to 10 that I could do in a stream, and I think that would be so fun. Plus, that would be enough to where, like, at the very least, the regulars or whatever could, like, people in the Discord could give me pattern ideas to try out, and then I could try and, like, wrap them certain ways, like if you find like a tutorial or something, and then I could try that out. I don't know. I think that could be cool. Ooh, that sucks. I have some dye that's like tie dye that's like a, I don't know if it's what like quality it really is, but I have two that are just from Michaels that were actually kind of expensive that I've never used because I was going to tie dye my bed sheets at one point, and I've just been saving the dye. But this kit, it was like it's honestly a relatively like small, well, not small, it's like a cheap kit, kind of. It comes in like the powder's already in these squeeze tubes, and you add water and shake them up basically. And as long as you don't overuse the like the dye or whatever, it should you do that many shirts. But it was just from Walmart, so it wasn't like super high quality dye. But part of the reason that I feel okay trying a cheaper dye is because they were his old work shirts in the first place. And if it doesn't work out, we'll just get better dye and dye over that. Because t-shirts aren't really like hair. They can take dye more than once in a row probably. I also think it would be really cool to do like a reverse tie-dye, which is like where you take a black shirt and you hit it with bleach spots, and then you dye the bleach spots with color. I have a Pink Floyd shirt that's tie-dyed that way, and I think it is so cool looking. That's probably my favorite style of tie-dye, honestly, is where it's on a black background. And you can also, with that style, you can take you can take bleach pens and stuff like that, and you can draw like more precise spots and like designs on them, and then dye that too, even with the bleach pen. And I think that's a really cool concept, because you could like totally DIY a band shirt completely custom, or like a video game shirt, pretty much anything that you wanted to, if you just sketched it out first with like some chalk or something and then went over that with the bleach pen. The last time I actually tie-dyed a shirt was my first year of college, when I was 16, because they had a booth set up outside of the out of one of the halls where like students could make one just for like a fun activity or whatever, I guess. So it has definitely been a while. Yeah, I could also do that. That would be really cool. I could do like the outline of their logo on one side, and then have like cardboard on the inside, obviously, so it didn't bleed all the way through, and then I could write Cyclops Gaming on the back, and then I could do the same with mine. And I could make like 2 or 3 of each, and if they wanted, they could like, I don't know, use those for something. I don't know what they would use them for, but they could have them. I would have to make like a handful of them so that we could like give them to a few close friends, because I feel like I would be I would be strung up by my toes if I didn't. I would have to make a handful of them. It would be a batch of shirts. What row am I on? 2, 4, 6, 7. I'll take one of each. Honestly, if I just bought like a Hanes t-shirt, that probably wouldn't even be too expensive to do. And I wouldn't even really need a bleach pen because I know we have bleach, and I have like old paintbrushes that have kind of taken a beating that are like small enough to draw with. And I wouldn't really care too much if they got messed up long term by the bleach. I also need to, I was going to try and make like a Cyclops patch of some sort. I don't have nearly the right color fabric for it, but I was going to try and make something that was like out of a black t-shirt and just bleach it kind of like that. But with my other patches, I've been using paint, and I haven't learned how to set the paint yet because I just use acrylic. But I thought that I could like bleach the Cyclops logo and then take the paint that I've been using once it's like fully dried and washed and like paint over it in colors so it had like a white glow around it on a black background, and then heat set it. Supposedly if you do acrylic paint on like denim or something, all you need to do to heat set it is to flip the pants out inside out so that the paint's on the inside and then put them in the dryer. I don't know how that's supposed to really do it, but supposedly that will help it have endurance in the wash for longer. And then you can also do it, I believe, with like not too high of a setting with an iron, but I'm worried that I would like still accidentally have it too high and scorch something. I'm not sure about it all that yet. I've still like got the handful of patches that I made, but I haven't done anything with them yet, really. I had some on my pants, and technically they're still there, but I never heat set the ones on the pants, and so I'm worried if I wear those pants too much, they will crack. I also need to restitch some stuff on those pants, so I'm not ready to like wash them yet anyway. I haven't practiced my mending in a while, and I'm not too bad at it because I don't care if it's visible or not, but at the same time, some of my stitches aren't always the most secure. I'm learning. Especially when the denim's already kind of falling apart. I have no idea how some of these people do the stuff that they... I assume that they have a sewing machine to help them sometimes. Okie dokie, Bob. Release the hounds. Okay, last row for this square. Oh gosh, fumbling my yarn again. Okay. That is probably the last one that I'm going to do today, but I don't want to I want to give Bob a minute to get back. But I also don't know if I have anyone on to raid or not, so I'm going to try and... Why is my raid button not doing the thing? I want to see who I've got. Oh no, did my surface freeze? Gee dang it. I hate it when that happens. Oh, I refreshed it. It's fine. Don't worry. Nobody panic. Ah! Inked Man Dan is on. I think I will read Dan. Because I've never gotten to, and I think that would be fun. Oh shit. Did my stream crash? Did it or did it not? I'm not panicking. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not panicking. I'm okay. Oh gosh, I have to stretch though. Okay, I don't think Bob will be too surprised if I actually raid Dan because Bob's there all the time. So, and also I really have to run to the bathroom. I've had so much tea today, Sin. And I've got some chores to do. So I'm going to start the raid. But thank you for coming in. I'm glad you got to come in and we got to do some crochet and stuff. And I'm probably going to do more of that tomorrow. So it'll probably be about the same vibe. And you're welcome. You know, I don't always have the energy and it doesn't always line up right for me to stream, but when I do, I always have so much fun. So